Session 3 in a series of 10, looking at anger and all of its many consequences. All right, so before we go formally into looking at the third category of managing the anger that we have with ourselves, I want to back up a little bit and make sure that we haven't left anything loosely tied from the last two sessions. And I want to focus a little bit on homework. I think I'd like to start today with any homework that was done. Now, let me remind you that, again, the whole basis, the whole determining factor whether you get anything out of this or not is your willingness and capacity to do homework. This is not an intellectual process, okay? You have to understand that homework is very similar to the Indian term sadhana. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that. It's a Sanskrit term. But it carries the concept of the indigenous divinians of India. Sadhana is a way of life that is designed to liberate one's potential humanity. That's what sadhana is about. It's a very conscious and deliberate effort to work on yourself and to liberate yourself from the lower impulses that we all have. Remember, we all this anger, this greed, this attachment, this lust, and this egotism. These are all the lower pulls that we have. When we are under the dominion of these passions, unregulated and out of control, then you are under the control of the lowest part of your nature. And the whole function of sadhana, what I'm calling homework, is to gain liberation from these particularly damaging states of mind. Okay? So we have to, again, understand that in any authentic process of spiritual or psychological growth and cultivation, the emphasis has to be on homework. It has to be on sadhana, not just the mere recording of data and information. That's a head tripper, and that's fine. I have no problem with that, but you shouldn't expect to be transformed as a result of that at all. Sadhana and homework is what transforms. Knowledge that you're picking up remains useless until applied. You have to apply the stuff to get any of the real benefits from it. And you will recall, I am not condemning these things. I'm simply saying that they are legitimate functions in human nature. That is, the energy that constitute these states have a legitimate function. Anger has a legitimate function, the energy anger. It can be used positively, but it depends on whether we manage it positively or whether we manage it negatively. Greed, this desire to possess, to have more, nothing's wrong with that. It's just that when this desire to possess gets way out of whack, where now this greed becomes so overwhelming, you see, that you lose your capacity to be content. So you know when you're mismanaging your greed because you're not going to be content. You're not going to have any experience of fulfillment and satisfaction, like because your greed will not let you have that. You see, I'm reminded of a story. Bilal tells it all the time. You must have heard it about the king and the beggar. Do you remember it? As it relates to greed, the incident occurred when a king was befriended by a beggar, strange beggar too, because not only was he's a beggar, but he was also a sage. So he was a begging sage, if you can conceive of that kind of synthesis. Dirt poor, of course, but he helped the king, he saved the king, he did something that the king felt beholden to him for, and the king wanted to reward this beggar sage. And the king made the grandiose offer, beggar, you come to my palace and I'm going to give you some money and give you something out of my treasury. And the beggar was trying to tell the king, this is not necessary. You see, what I've done for you, I've not done for any ideal or desire for any kind of monetary satisfaction or anything of that nature. But the king is the king. And he insisted and said, you come here, beggar. And I will assemble my court so that you can be praised and honored and rewarded. for the good deed that you've done for me. And I'm not going to tell the story the way it needs to be told. You see the law later. But I just want to cut through it to get to the point I'm trying to make. When the beggar showed up, the king decided that, okay, beggar, give me that bowl. Beggars had bowls back then. That was customary. You carry your beggar's bowl and you would go from door to door and you would beg your food. That's how you ate. So he had his beggar's bowl with him. He said, bring that bowl up here, put it on the scale, and I will match it in gold. Right? And the beggar said, King, you really don't understand me and what I'm capable of giving you. What I've given you thus far is nothing. But the king, not understanding this kind of all that, said, put the bowl there. And he began to load his treasures on the other side of the scale to equal the weight of the bowl. That was going to be his gift. Well, it doesn't take you long to realize that the king went on piling and piling and piling and piling. And he was never able to move that beggar's bowl one iota in the opposite direction toward balance. In fact, he emptied his whole treasury out. He gave away everything because this is embarrassing and confusing. And at the end of it all, now he had divested himself of all his wealth. He wound up giving not only all the treasury, but all his lands, all his houses, to try to defeat this inconceivable phenomena that was going on. And he asked the beggar, he said, beggar, what is going on here? And the beggar said simply that, sir, this bowl that I put on your scale, it is made from the skull of a greedy man. And you will never be able to fill it. So remember that next time when you think about greed. All of a king's treasure cannot satisfy your greed. If it is out of control, you can get a house, you get a car, you get the family, and that's what we experience, don't we? Our lives are so full of discontent, and we go on stuffing ourselves, thinking that, well, I get me a wife, I get me some children, I get me a house, I get me a husband, I get me this, I get me that, and I'm going to be content. And you never come into a state of contentment, and that is because you've never managed to. Attachment, nothing wrong with the need for security, but it can go too far, can it? Right? It can go too far, right? And you can get attached to things, and the trouble about attachment is that it shuts down your intelligence. It shuts down your faculty of discrimination. And out of your attachment, you will do and stay in relationships that are absolutely useless to you. What Les Brown called toxic relationships. Relationships that does not allow you to grow. Quite the reverse, it retards you. Where there's abuse, you see a lot of women stay in these relationships where these men are abusing them, and they abuse them repeatedly. It's interesting that the average woman who is a victim of domestic abuse takes about 8 to 10 beatings before she even decides that she's going to get out of that situation. And again, she's attached. This is my father's children. This is my husband. He's going to do better. It's not his fault, etc., etc., etc. Well, attachment can get you killed, right? When you attach to some kind of maniac out there, so forth and so on. But the need to be in a state of security and all of that is nothing wrong with it. It is when it goes too far. Lust is drive toward pleasure. Is there anything wrong with the drive toward pleasure and the movement away from pain? These are the fundamental drives in human nature, aren't they? We all seek pleasure and we seek to avoid pain. Normal. Except when they get out of control. And this out of control desire for pleasure is what we call lust. When you are under that influence, you will find yourself committing actions that in the end will simply shame you in your own eyes. Lust and the failure to manage it degrades you in your own eyes. And of course we all know about egotism. We talked a lot about it. Egotism, again, being this image that we develop of ourselves, made up of mostly the opinions of others around us when we were in our formative years, totally inaccurate in most cases, and because we identify with that core of opinions of other people, it keeps us enslaved to other people's opinions and keep us moving into situations and circumstances in life for which we are hopelessly, inadequately prepared to cope, and then we fail, so forth and so on. But I want to remind you that the only way to gain mastery over these is through sadhana. It is through doing homework. And I do not count homework as taking and rereading your notes. I don't count that. Chekam Shekam had a very beautiful point that he made in one of his monumental works, the Methunat Volume 1, where he points out that the only place that one can really make any kind of spiritual progress is at crossroads. You can't do it reading books. And you can have all the discussions that you like. But it's only when you enter a crossroad in life where you are called upon to implement can you possibly deal with making any kinds of spiritual and psychological progress. So I wanted to make sure that today I got an opportunity to adequately emphasize the role and relationship that homework is going to play throughout the balance of these sessions. With that said, let's look at some homework. And remember, I asked you to do a homework. I asked you last week that if you are confronted with a situation that has triggered your anger, I wanted you to immediately try to apply some of the stuff that you have learned here and to share with us today the outcome of that effort. So, who wished to begin with their homework that they did? Or do I have to select, huh? Did anybody do a homework?
I just thought to tell you yesterday.
Okay, so you're excused. All right. So Sandra was out of town, so Sandra has an excuse. All right.
But I'm going to do my homework.
You're going to do your homework. And I got the homework you mailed me.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. But anybody do a homework in the real world, not just on paper? Keith, you did a homework?
I did a little homework on
All right.
just prior to last week's session.
Okay.
I was anxious to come and I was all ready to come, but my fiance, she had some running around to do. We anticipated her running around to take about an hour, which would have gotten her home in time for me to get here. She showed up like 3 hours later, and I was kind of upset because I really wanted to get here.
Kind of upset means what, Petulant? You was what?
I was angry.
All right. All right.
And, I made it my business not to say anything that would have got me in trouble. So I waited till she got there and got settled and tended to the children and make sure everything was in order. And then I just kind of left without saying anything at all.
Well, how would you normally have acted in a situation like that?
I normally would have probably berated her and told her that most of what she did could have waited till I got back home.
Yeah.
And things of that nature. I would have tried to
hurt her back.
Exactly.
In some shape, form, or fashion, or at least in a very unpleasant way, bring it to her attention,
right. The
pain that she has caused you, etc., etc. So he used the technique called, he just let it go, didn't he? He just let it go, right? And considered all the circumstances, waited, and moved on with it.
And oftentimes, when people do stuff to upset me, I don't say anything like right then, but I'll bring it back to them like the next day.
Did you bring this back the next day?
It's been a week and I haven't said anything.
You haven't said anything. That's amazing. Give Keith a hand, huh? Right? Now, here, let's look and see what you got out of this. Because this is important. When you let it go, now you were sitting there, 2 hours, 1 hour went by, hour and a half has gone by, 2 hours gone by, you're getting close to this 3 hours. While you're sitting there, all of this anger is building up, isn't it? Yeah. All that pressure is building up, right? You can feel that energy coming. When you got to that crossroad where the woman is walking through the door now, and you got a chance to unlatch, right? You chose a technique, you let it go, you reconsidered everything and moved on with it. Did you have a relief of pressure when you did that? Did you get a sense of relief from the pressure of the built up anger?
I did later on.
Later on. Later on, you got some relief from it. Let me ask you this. Did you also have a sense of behavior maturity? Sure. Do you think what you did was mature?
Sure.
It was. So you did something that was mature. You felt these. These are feelings that you felt. You felt mature, didn't you? Did you do something that, did you accomplish something in that instance? Did you have a sense of accomplishing something that, in the sense of managing yourself and all that?
I mastered my anger for a brief moment.
Yeah. So you had a sense of accomplishment there. Were you successful with it? Yeah. You gave yourself. These are feelings you gave yourself a feeling of success. You did it something and it was successful. Let me ask you this. If that scenario repeats itself again, can you, do you feel that you can handle it the same way and let it go? Huh?
I would hope so. I would hope so.
You would hope so. All right. But if you had the stronger feeling that you could do it, what would we call that when you feel you can do something again? What is that feeling called?
Confidence.
Right. So you have some feelings of confidence, don't you? Would you be scared to do that again? Frightened? Not at all? Not even a little bit? What do you call it when you're not frightened?
Courage.
You build up your courage. Every time you do an act like that, you build up your courage, right? Did you behave responsibly? Do you have a feeling that you did the responsible thing?
Sure.
You had a sense of being responsible. Did you get trapped in a role? Were you playing any role? Not at all. What did we call it when you are able to step out of your role? You get what we call an identity, don't you? You acted out of your identity. You were not in no role at all. Did you have a sense of choice? Could you have jumped on it? Did you have a deep sense of you had a choice in the matter?
Yes, sir.
Right. You have a sense of choice. You weren't compelled to jump on it, were you? At all. You had a choice. You could have said something or not said something. But you had a choice in the matter. For the first time. There was no compulsion in you. You had a choice. And so forth and so on. And we will begin to see as we work down these things, and throughout the balance of the sessions, we're going to be processing a lot here. Because what's very important, you need to be able to identify what self-respect feels like. I understand, I've given you all the definition of self-respect. You know how to define it intellectually, but do you know how self-respect feels? You have to know how the stuff feels. It feels good when you can get this release from this pressure, all that conflict that was building up, and to just let it go, you see, to behave maturely, you see. How about your judgment? Do you think you used good judgment?
Yes.
It was good enough, wasn't it? Right? Your judgment was good enough. You didn't fight, kill, that could have led to ruin the whole weekend, couldn't it? You used good judgment in handling that situation, didn't you? Did you have a sense of being superior to this woman? Better than her?
No, not really.
Did you have a sense of being inferior to her?
No.
We call when you're not feeling superior and you're not feeling inferior, where are you at? You're feeling
Equal.
equal. You had a feeling of equality, didn't you? But we could go on processing these things, and we will go on processing these things because you want to squeeze all of these out. This feeling of being mature, of accomplishing something, following your intelligence. You accomplished something. You were able to follow an intelligent line of action. You were successful at following it. You diffused the whole situation. It could have been ugly, and you did it. You did it, right? That came from in you. You have the confidence. If you confronted with that situation again, you'll handle it. You won't go off again. You have courage, and you're not afraid that you do be late again. You're not trembling in your boots, scared to death of the next time she'll be late or what have you. Did you have a sense of? Do you feel now that after you did that homework, did you feel that now you will be abandoned on your own or something like that? At all? We call that feeling security, though. You had a sense of security.
I used to take time real seriously and try to be punctual for everything.
Yes.
So I got this, and this,
Yes.
and this to do, and if you're late by 5 minutes, then you're gonna throw my whole schedule out.
Right. Right.
What is this concept anyway?
Yeah. That's what it is. Let go means that you considered. We call it Gurdjieff, the German mystic philosopher, George Ivanovich Gurdjieff, the guru of Ouspensky. If you read Ouspensky, then you would know that Gurdjieff taught him a lot. He used the terminology called considered. He considered the situation. Now, you can't consider a situation if your conditioning triggers an automatic response. You have to understand, folks, that most of us bring to any situation or circumstance a predisposition to react and handle that situation a certain way. That that predisposition was formulated in our whole conditioning process. And usually it is manifest in the form of our attitudes, if you recall. Okay? And just 1 minute, Sandra, I'll answer you. I'll at least try to answer you. This feeling that you had called responsibility, you behave responsible. Responsibility means the ability to respond appropriately to a situation. That's what responsibility means. And you were able to have the sense of responsibility, the feeling of responsibility, because you was able to interrupt your automatic reaction to a situation like that. You probably reacted, blew up 1,000,000 times before. You know, the whole impulse was to blow up. That's always triggered and driven by your conditioning. And you was able to consider the situation and step out of your condition and follow your intelligence. Right? That gave the whole handling of that situation a flavor of maturity, etc., etc. See my point? So you're right. You begin to see that there are some habituated styles that we all have formed for reacting to things. Now, Samurai, you had a question?
Would it have been inappropriate to make a comment about it?
If he wants to. But the point is that he did not create a conflict.
Right.
Now, if he wants to go back and tell her that, it makes me angry when you are late and things like that, I wish you'd make a greater effort. That's up to him.
Okay.
The point is that
That still would have been mature.
Certainly would have been mature. Certainly would have been mature. But he diffused the conflict. He did not let that conditioning and that automatic behavior kick in, did he? Right? And so he handled that.
I think to made a comment at that particular time, I don't think my music would have been right.
Your music wouldn't have been right at all.
It would have created a conflict. Right.
Your music wouldn't have been right at all. And he considered the situation. That's the interesting thing. He had enough self-awareness and presence of mind to consider the situation and break that automatic reaction. Hence the importance of self-awareness. All mystics, all sages, all saints, all psychotherapists, anybody that has made any attempt to deal with the process of human development and growth have agreed, with no exception, that the key component is self-awareness. Self-awareness. If you don't have self-awareness, you cannot interrupt this automatic process called conditioning. So that's excellent, Keith. We can tie up the whole session just going through all of it. There's a lot more subtle feelings that you will have. You probably had a sense, after not getting angry and not being forced to go through that, did you have a sense of being liberated from your past conditioning? Did you have that sense? A felt sense of being liberated. Is that correct? You have that.
Is that a form of avoidance? Did he suppress that? He said he's going to come back and deal with it. So he suppressed it?
If he suppressed, you can ask him.
You said you're going to come back this week. You're going to wait a week to talk to her about it?
No, I said that it's been a week.
It's been a week.
And I still haven't said anything. So
Are you going to say anything?
No, not at this point. It doesn't matter now.
You let it go.
I was able to
But it happens again.
Well, if it happens again, then, I might say something then, but I don't think I'll say anything that'll cause a conflict. I'll bring it from the way that...
That's suppression. He's suppressing it.
Well, suppression will mean he will have none of this.
That's just temporary.
No. When you suppress your anger, you don't get anything. You don't get no relief.
Temporary relief?
No, quite the opposite. The anger, the pressure is still there, and you can feel the undercurrents running. Let's say if I'm angry at you and I've suppressed it, and I'm hiding behind my persona, right? My mask. And I'm saying sweet words to you, but somehow you suspect all that sweet talk I'm doing because at a gut level you feel the tension. Nothing is. You see, suppressed anger, you can even feel it on the vibe. You can feel that vibe. It's not authentic. And you don't relax. You don't have no sense from this. It's still on your mind, right? You're still figuring out how to get even. You don't have any sense of maturity. You didn't accomplish anything. You didn't reckon nothing. So by definition, when you suppress, which is a form of mismanagement, automatically you will not have any of the feelings of self-respect. By definition, you won't have any of it. None of it. So suppression is quite a different phenomenon. And remember last time I said, and if you suppress, go beyond suppression to repression, and that might be what you might be referring to, Lieutenant. If you go even more into this suppressive type of situation, you will reach a point where you are now repressing the stuff, and then you won't have any conscious feeling.
But it still sounds like a mild form of suppression. It wasn't all that big of a deal for him. But it still sounds like some type of suppression because he's still keeping count of when it happened a week ago.
Yeah,
so it sounds like to me it's still a mild form of repression,
well,
and he's on alert for it to happen again.
It may be, but
that's what it just sounds like to me.
well, we can only check by checking with the person themselves, because he will know. And he can know if he has any of this anxiety. Is there any anxiety in you? Because when you suppress anger, there's anxiety. Is there any anxiety? Are you scared? Are you fearful? Are you on needles and pins?
But that's too harsh, but I mean, it may be subtle. And you're going to the other extreme, though.
Well, remember what we're doing. We're saying we're managing anger.
Oh, okay.
All right? We're talking about managing anger here. We're not talking about getting to a point where you don't feel any anger. You're managing anger. There's a difference. Remember I said from the beginning, the problem is the management of anger. You see. To get to the next level where you're not even having the experience of anger is quite a different thing. And that is a very different process. And that requires a lot more than just these little 10 sessions we're going to incorporate.
Let me ask you, you never thought about it again after it happened? You never crossed your mind anymore since then?
Well, when he talked about doing homework, I like reran the whole incident in my mind, just then, but I can't recall thinking of it at all in the past week. Yeah, I pretty much forgot about it.
Well, it'll be interesting. You and Keith can explore it. That'll be interesting. We'll squeeze it some more. Yes, Sandra?
That was behind my question about could he mention it, because I was thinking maybe it was suppression too. What happened to that anger then?
Or put the question to him.
It's a mild form of anger. That's what I'm saying. He had
There's
mild
degrees of it.
He had a
There's
mild
degrees.
form of anger, so it wasn't that difficult to manage. He just said, forget it. It's
Right.
like if the police wrote him a ticket, right? He didn't like it, but
He's not going to jump off a building.
right, he ain't gonna jump off a building, but he still look at those squad cars with a jaundiced eye when they pass him by.
I don't think he said that, because he just said he was a meticulous person. He's a front person. That was a big thing for him. That was a big thing for him. If you have your schedule, that's a big thing if somebody throw your whole schedule off, and his schedule was off 3 hours, he said. And that was a big deal for him, because that wasn't no small thing for him.
Right. That's another very point well made, because only the individual can determine subjectively what's a big deal. We cannot look outside and say, oh, that's no big deal for you.
Right.
Because what are we doing? You projecting your concept of what the scale of intensity are. You just projecting your own egotism out on somebody. The reality is that he's the only one in the position to determine whether something is a big deal for me, not a big deal for me. And that is just something he has to do. Because remember, all of this is stuff we do for ourselves, right? I'm trying to manage my anger. You're trying to manage your anger. You can't manage my anger, right? So it's that kind of thing. So the final authority in every instance is the individual, with no exception. It's the individual. Because just as Emma has pointed out, what seems small to you is being seen from a distance somewhere, right? It is the individual. And the question becomes now, how do you handle big things? Things that you have defined as being major. If we could concede that that might have been a major conflict for Keith, being a very punctual person, etc. If our imaginations can just empathize with this situation and get inside of him and feel that, waiting for somebody for 3 hours, while when you want to be somewhere that's important to you and you have a high interest in it, and put ourselves in that shoe. Could you have done what Keith done? Could you have let it go?
Oh, no.
That's the point. That's the point, and that's the point we have to find out. You see, if anybody else have a homework, we won't punish Keith anymore, right? But that's an excellent homework. And that's the kind of stuff you have to keep doing. Anyone else have a homework that they did in the real world? I think Linda has some homework. Do you have a homework somewhere that you did in the real world? All right.
Well, you know, this happened before the session.
All right, but it was a homework? Okay.
I did get a ticket. I
All
was
right.
on my way to
A wife of a lieutenant gets a ticket, huh?
And I
You
got
didn't use
it.
your husband to get out the ticket?
No, I did.
All right, tell us the
What
tale.
happened was, I turned on the green light. You know, there was a no turn sign that saying no turn from 47. And I turned, and I shouldn't have. And you know, I take that route quite frequently, but I had
Okay.
never noticed that sign.
Okay.
And the officer, you know, he followed me for like 2 or 3 blocks, I guess, trying to decide whether or not if he was going to give me a ticket. And all of a sudden, you know, he put on his siren, and I pulled over, and he walked up to the car, and I really didn't know what he wanted, and he said to me, you know, you made a turn back there on 79th and Kennedy. You're supposed to turn, there's no turn. 47, you said there's signs posted everywhere. And I told him, I said, you know, I drive this route on a regular basis, and I never noticed that sign. And he said, well, do you have insurance, bail-bound car? I said, I have insurance, but I don't have a car, a bail-bound car. But he said, well, I wouldn't have to give you a ticket. And I'm like, oh, wow. So I told him, okay. And so he stood there. He said, you don't think the signs are there? I said, you know, I'm not disputing what you're saying. The signs are there. They're there, but I've never noticed that. And I took the ticket, and I went on to the store. I'm like, oh, wow. And I was a little angry. But, you know, once I finished my shopping and I came home, I didn't think about it anymore. The only thing I thought about was the $75 I was going to get my license back.
All right.
Now, that's the only frustration I really got out of it, is the fact that he physically took my license.
Yes.
And I had to mail them in a check, and they were going to send my license back to me.
So a little inconvenience. So what we're beginning to see is that whenever we have a mild conflict, as a rule and in general, we can kind of handle that, right? But as the degree of intensity of the anger escalates, right? And that's what we're interested in, right? As this thing begins to escalate, our skills and management goes on de-escalating. Right?
Exactly.
Right. You see, it's an inverse relationship. So we want to do some hard homework. You see, we want to go hard sadhana. You see, in the area that we really need it. Because we all can do the easy stuff. It's no big deal. Handling, you know, maybe these things. But as we think about homework, I want you to, and of course I want you to handle the small things, right? Of course, but you're going to do that almost automatically. But how you handle the major conflicts.
You know,
You have homework.
those small things just add up,
They
add
can
up,
accumulate.
add up, and
They
add
can
up.
accumulate. Yes, they can. And become a complex, can't they? So you can have one that made you angry, then something else made you angry that day, then something else made you angry, so on and so on. And then at the end of the day, you got 20 anger episodes. They form a complex, right? You come home at 6 o'clock and you beat your wife up. Because it's accumulating.
But what happens when you're trying to let something go and someone won't let you let it go?
It's an interesting thing, because now what you've really done, if you have some anger, right? And first of all, you have to understand whose anger is it? Right. This is your anger, right? But I am seeking relief from my anger from someone else. That means that unless the other person does something, will I get liberated from my anger at all? No. That means I'll be miserable forever, probably. Suppose this person don't want to take any action. Right? Now, see what you've done in that situation. You have enslaved yourself to the other person. This person now holds the key to your experience of relief. And remember, I said at the outset, you don't never want to put your peace of mind in the hands of another human being. You don't never want to do that. Because these are our emotions, aren't they? Right? These are our emotions. shouldn't we be in charge of how we feel emotionally? Does that sound odd? I mean, does it sound strange to you? That I should be in charge of my moods. That I should determine the mood that I am. That should not be in the hand of another person at all. But very often what we do, not only do we put relief from our anger, but also fulfillment for our desires in the other. And then remember I said before that the other therefore becomes the problem. It gets real deep. So the technique of waiting on the other to come into a state of enlightenment or realization in order for me to get some relief from my anger is fatal. It is fatal. In fact, rather than get relief, what does it do to your anger? It makes you more angry. Because so-and-so, now you know I'm angry. You see I'm in all this pain, ain't talking, we just looking at each other. Why don't you do something and let me out of here, right? And then he goes on for 3 days and he don't do nothing, right? Now, on that third day, you're even angrier than you were on the first day, aren't you? Because now you're just really just taking advantage. I mean, it's just accumulating. And all that while you've got no relief whatsoever. Because you put your destiny in the hands of another. And it is fatal. So usually, Linda, it does not work. Unless, of course, you're married to a Buddha, right? Right? Or Jesus, or Muhammad, or Moses, or some great spiritually developed person. But normally, for just us regular human beings, you better find a way to give yourself some relief from your own anger and frustrations.
Well, you talked about that a little bit. You were saying, I forgot to say, because that's kind of how I thought too sometimes when you know it's a wrong situation, it seems like the other person will concede sometimes too, but you cannot be dependent on that. Not at all, because it don't work. And that's where you had said before, where your self-respect comes in.
Right.
And sometimes you just have to go ahead and you forgive that other person, because they will never give you anything.
Isn't that the right technique in a situation for her to get some relief?
Ultimately,
She would have to forgive that person.
and just go on, because they won't give you anything.
No. And remember, and then you begin to see this act of forgiveness as an act in your own behalf, because it's taking care of your anger. You're the one that's angry. This other person may be happy-go-lucky, may not be bothered at all, and have no intentions of editing themselves. One of the problems is that we start with a premise that, and I can understand how that happens, because you have to understand the genesis of how we have grown psychologically, and especially in terms of our own relationship with ourselves. And we all begin as children, as infants, and we will form our own image of ourselves based on the opinion of other people. So somebody say you're bad, and then you actually feel bad. Someone say, oh, you're a good person, then you feel good. You were having all of your subjective experiences based on what people were telling you, saying about you. And you yourself, you don't know what you are or how you should. You are not in control of none of the situation, none of the phenomena, right? And so we become conditioned like that, almost Pavlovian, if you will, you see? And so that now, if on a given day somebody says, okay, Bjagwam, you are smart. Now I'm feeling smart. You actually start feeling smart. And then 10 minutes later somebody said, oh, Bjagwam, you're dumb. Now I'm feeling dumb. You understand? So you just are going back and forth between these parallels, you see. But you yourself are not in control of any of how you feel. Totally dependent. Someone said, oh, you look pretty. But you yourself don't have any independent ability to generate for yourself the experience of being beautiful. You're wholly dependent upon the compliments. You see. And so forth and so on. And that is what I say is the crux of the matter. And we all have built up this kind of relationship to the others. That's why the other opinion becomes so important and have so much power over us. Because it's the only way that we can have the experience of ourselves. We have lost direct capacity to experience our own self. We can only experience ourselves through the commentary of other people. And hence we become a slave. And then we try to manipulate the other now, right? We're trying to manipulate the other to get that positive feedback. Yes, sister, you were going to say.
Yeah, I had an experience. I've been having this experience at work. I'm a black teacher, and there's another black person that works there, and this person started treating me differently. This person
The
was
black
black.
person?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I assumed that it was for some reason, I don't even know what it is, but in my past, whenever I've had a situation in which someone who I've been comfortable with, talking with, laughing with, and all of a sudden they start treating me differently, and they don't tell me what it is that I've done, I start wondering feverishly what it is I've done. And this person I spoke to, and they gave me a pat answer as to what it was, and I was very, very aware that they were not able to say what it was, and I just speculated or assumed, oh, this is something really stupid. So the person, or something, this really ignorant, so the person is not able to verbalize to me what it is that they're angry with me about. And I have a mental health background, and I've counseled people. And when people are angry with me, or when something goes awry in a relationship that I have with someone, I always try to sit back and assume what it is that made them angry at me. But sometimes it gets so crazy because how can you possibly know?
You can't.
You can't possibly know.
You can't possibly
and so
know.
I'm like, I'm sitting back, almost like hoping that this person will
Forgive.
relieve me.
Relieve. Yes.
Relieve me
Yes.
of this
Agony.
Yes,
This
it's
anguish.
agony. Exactly. I mean, and this is what I've been feeling, and since we've been working together, he's done this, a black man has done this several times. And he's the only other black person there who I can talk to. And so you can understand my feelings that I don't have this confidence to go to talk with about certain things. And I saw him recently, it's very, very personal. I hope he never gets in contact.
Well, he won't buy the film.
But at any rate, I saw him the other day, and he's doing the same thing. And so I said to myself, and so we were having a conversation in which I could tell he was not there with me. He wanted to be somewhere else. He did not want to be there talking with me. And so I had my daughter with me. And what I said is, I said, Bucci, some people are nice sometimes, but they're not nice other times. So this was my way of letting him know that he had changed in his feelings toward me. And he heard it.
Yes.
And I could tell that I had struck a nerve, but he continued to just act as he always does. No, this is probably not a very good example.
No, it's an excellent example.
Because I don't know what it is that I've done. I don't know if I'm projecting.
First of all, what has she done? First of all, she's taken his relationship, his whole. She's right. You took it personally. First of all, you see that? You're taking it very.
He could have some other stuff going on in his life that makes him, be distant to you.
And I'm sure he would say that to me. You know what? I wouldn't believe it.
And
I don't know why. I wouldn't believe it because I thought we were like this.
Yes, because he's a significant other. You need that, right, from him.
Well, obviously, I guess I have
Of course
to
you do.
that I needed.
Of course. There's nothing wrong with that. Remember, we're just human beings, folks. So let us not forget. We're not going to, transcend that.
And
but the point is that what she had transferred to him a value, a certain power. You value this relationship. It's vital because you're the only two black people in there. And you need this feeling of belonging. Because without him, you will have no feeling of belonging because you can't connect to all these other people here. So, and you sense the need to belong is a legitimate need. We all must have feelings of belonging. We have to have that. Whether it's to a family, someone in a relationship, but we must have that. And as much as possible. But the point is, the first thing you would notice that she was had taken it very personal, and it's almost as if it's a reflection on her. She's looking for what she did wrong, right?
And I'm looking hard.
And you looking hard,
Yeah.
right? She's as if it's a reflection on you, and that there's something wrong with you.
Yes.
But and that automatically starts altering your relationship that you have with yourself, because now you're having a little contempt. You developing some self-esteem. I must be doing stuff wrong, you know, and I can't even find out what I'm doing wrong, so I must be stupid, you know, or unaware. I got all this background and all this other stuff. I mean, you begin to see how this thing starts rolling, right? So she's having feeling of being wrong. This feeling of I'm wrong is a classic reaction whenever you are in that dependent relationship with another individual. It's classic.
I was going to say this. It sounds like he has a vague or absent anger towards you. So give him a vague or absent apology. You know something's wrong with him. There's something, look, it seems like I've done something to you, and if I have, I'm very sorry about it. And you don't even have to know what it is, because he is not opening to you to tell you that. But that makes very
You know what, I've
to
already
open
said
that
that to
dialogue
him.
that you
I've
decided
already said it to him because I was aware that he started treating me differently, and he dismissed it. Like, no, I don't want you to know what it really is. You know, I don't know.
You don't know.
I
What do
really
you say,
don't know.
Lieutenant? You want to take a stab at this?
Sound like this a love thing.
A love thing?
Yeah.
She may be in love with him?
I hear the romantic thing.
He's going, don't go Freudian now, huh? He's going Freudian on
Love
you.
thing to me. Kids behind all that. But what I'm saying to you is that while this is what my experience is that everybody black ain't your friend. Some of these black people are worse for you than some white people are. I don't understand why you created this dependency on him when you only got 8 hours. It's not the army or a boarding school. So I mean, you got your significant other before you come to work, when you get off work. It's like you creating this for him. You know, you can talk to other little white teachers. You empowering him. I mean, there's no rule that said just because there's only 2 blacks at this school, you got to go up and just wrap your arms all around the man and make him your friend. You see what I'm saying?
But you do try to seek that first.
Yeah, but a lot of these black people don't want to be bothered when they get so sophisticated. So just because you black don't mean that you automatically love
So
me.
she's projecting some of her
She's
expectations
projecting
on.
her expectations on him.
Okay, so we got some projection going on.
And maybe he got other motives, which he probably wants to go with her or something, you know, and don't know how to do it. And this is some way, you know, he wants.
I like he certainly gives it a new perspective, don't he?
I would never guess that.
He probably, you know, don't really know how to come at her.
And he's frustrated.
And he's frustrated, so this is his way. He knows that she needs him, right? Because they're the only black people at the school. So this is his way of getting close to her.
All right, that's interesting. You have another twist?
No, I guess my question is, why is it so important? Is it only because he's the only black person there?
No, that's not why. I've had a lot of problems. I think I talked with you just a little bit.
Yes.
I've had some problems on the job. I've had problems with white folks for a very long time. But I had some confrontation with one of the white girls there. And since then, there are other whites there that treat me differently. And it's always been very surface the way we relate to one another. But I think that you have to be in a situation, and I'm not saying that anyone here has ever worked around all white, but they literally don't talk to me. I mean, I'm treated, like Ralph Ellison says, invisible, I'm treated like the invisible person. And I think you have to be in that situation. People talk above you and through you. When you come in the room, everything goes silent. I mean, after a while, I mean, I'm only human. I could just take so much.
Yes, you want to add something?
Yeah, brother said that, you know, you only there 8 hours. 8 hours is like an eternity.
Yeah,
And you
you
understand
said
that you don't want to
She's
do
a
that.
teacher, right? So she's got a classroom she's in. She's not sitting next to him 8 hours, I don't think, right?
That's right. I know.
So she's in the class. I don't know. You would only see this guy 10 minutes out of the day. Probably about 5-10 minutes. Coming and going, probably maybe at lunch. But it's not like she's sitting next to him 8 hours a day.
Right.
No, it's nothing like that. You're right about
Well,
that.
could it be
Kiva has an insight.
No, I have to agree with the
idea that may have been some romantic. Because I'm being honest, that ran through my mind. I said,
That was your first.
This sounds like there's a little more personal interest there.
Because there's a tremendous dependency.
But why all of a sudden?
Well, it may not be all of a sudden. It may have been lurking in your subconscious, accumulating,
of the
and it burst through.
I'm thinking more that it's on you more so than it's on the man.
Yeah.
I'm interested in him?
That you more.
Oh, definitely not.
Did he start treating you different before you had the confrontation with the white girl?
Yeah. But I think that he's one of those black folks that treat black people differently when they're around white.
That's what I mean.
That's what
I know we've all had, we
Happens all the time.
have lots of blacks like that.
Well, you got a lot of interesting theories going here.
Yeah,
The Freudian romantic eros theory may probably be a little bit more correct. A little bit more. You know, the other stuff is,
How old is he?
He's younger than me.
He's younger than
He's
you?
like 10 years younger than me.
Because it
Something
doesn't,
like that.
does it really have to be anything other than he's immature?
Exactly.
Why
does
well,
that
actually, I guess what I'm trying to say, he may not just want to be bothered and don't know how to say
and the pain could be an experience of rejection. You normally, you see, that the sense, see, you have to, what you have to do, and you should make this a homework, because I know you journalize, and you need to focus in on those feelings and define, what are you really, are you feeling rejection?
Yeah.
Right? And so forth and so on, and put a name on it, right? Also begin to look at what were the expectations you projected on this man. He's not signing no contract with you, right? And things of that nature. And you will get a lot of insight into it all. So that might be a very, very good homework for you to do. We could not process it publicly here, but certainly in a private situation, we could then process that homework. So that's a kind of personal homework that you should do for yourself, personally.
Yeah, but Bjagwam, it's like, if we're at a table and all of us are sitting there, I'm the only black female there. I mean, he's obviously treating the white females so differently. And
Does that make you, and that makes you angry, don't it?
yes.
All right, and what makes you the most angry about it? Because that's what we're here for. It makes you
I mean,
angry.
it's like, what's up?
Right. Right.
Because when we're together, just
Because when we start talking about black men, black women, anger issues, we're going to be back at some of this material.
I mean, I'm
But
like,
what makes you
what's up?
the most angry about that?
I wish I could put it in words because it is so very, very painful. It's just such a deep pain. Because it's happened.
How does it make you feel?
It makes me feel abandoned.
Abandoned? All right.
I guess because I feel that as blacks, we have to stick together.
All right, so you feel abandoned and you have no sense of belonging. All right, what else?
I feel isolated, alienated.
All right.
I feel like I'm there by myself.
And this feeling of aloneness,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
You feel alone, right?
yeah,
That's scary, right?
yeah.
We get a lot of that. What else do you feel?
I feel also betrayed.
Isn't that interesting? You feel betrayed, don't you?
Yeah, yeah.
As if there was some kind of unspoken promise that should exist collectively among black people.
Yeah, I
Right?
think so.
What else do you feel? And remember, these are your feelings. There is nobody else to consult with. There is no other authority. It is you the authority. And so you're in the driver's seat here.
I always feel anxious when I'm in situations like that because...
Anxiety, that's another name for
yeah,
what?
Yeah, because there have been situations
What is anxiety rooted in?
Fear. Fear.
All right, what else are you feeling?
I'm definitely feeling angry.
Well, yeah.
Well, but other than that,
This is the form.
maybe even a little jealous. Maybe even a little jealous because I'm like, I don't want this person. Wait a minute, I don't want this person.
It don't even have to be romantic. It can be jealousy in a larger context. Jealous of the other white women or white men in there who seem to be able to get his cooperation and you can't get his cooperation.
What's up?
That's right. So you feel a little betrayed, a little rejected, right?
Yeah.
All of these, and there's more. You need to process it. And when you get down, and you should give me at least 20 of them. When you get down to 20, you're going pretty deep into it. We're going to stop here for now because we don't want to dominate the sessions with this. But you need to give me 20 of them. And each one will be a little deeper and deeper and deeper. They'll depend on the side of it. All right, you need to go down to 20. Get into depth, what we call depth psychology. You're familiar with that whole concept. But on the surface, of course, we can begin to see in what direction it's going. And when we add it all up, when the person is feeling abandoned, that they don't even belong in an environment or in a situation, when they have a feeling of being isolated and alienated, that they are alone by themselves, that they've been betrayed, rejected, they're therefore full of fear and anxiety and they're jealous. What is the word that we use to depict this whole set of feelings? If she's feeling all this, she's feeling what about herself? I'm looking at your self-relation. If all of this is going on, what conclusion has this woman come to about herself? Right. Do you all see that?
No, I didn't hear.
It's important that you see how this works. What I'm saying is that we're trying to figure out now, with all of this going on, what kind of conclusion? Remember, we do three things with every event. We first of all come to conclusions about the world. We come to conclusions about the other people in the event, and we come to conclusions about ourselves. We will do that with every event. Now, let's do this with just on the surface. We're going to start with first, what conclusion did she come to about herself? What conclusion do you think that is really going on deep down inside of her about herself? What do you think she's feeling about herself?
I think I would kind of suspect there's a certain loss of self-esteem.
Well, definitely. She's not on the self-respecting side, is she? She's got some self-contempt, don't she? Right? Something wrong. We already said she had feelings that, well, we can add something that there's something was wrong with her, wrong with me. Right?
That's probably not the case. It's probably just,
Totally has nothing to do with this guy.
It's all
you understand? But
Mm-hmm.
it's conclusion she's reaching about herself, is right? That are self-contemptuous. Emma says she's having a sense of worthlessness. It may not be of a very intense nature, but it's there. It's a mild sense of worthlessness. She also had feelings of being powerless. She didn't put these down, but I know it's there. And then she worked down her list, she added herself automatically. But I'm just trying to show you some things that you need to see. She's having a sense of powerlessness and being out of control of a situation.
You know, I'm starting to feel like a nutcase.
You're not nuts. You're just human. That's all. So she's having feelings of powerlessness and out of control, and that is what gives her those two things, the feeling of frustration. The form of anger that she's feeling is frustration. We got a name for these things. All right. Frustration is the feeling of powerlessness, being out of control mixed with anger equal frustration. She's got it. It's on her list. It's frustrating. To go through that door, it's frustrating every day. So forth and so on. You finish your list. The point I'm making is that this is all contributing to this sense of worthlessness. But I want you to focus, folks, on the conclusion that she's reached about herself as first being black, and she's also reached some conclusion about being a woman. Black and female, she's reached some conclusions about that. And you need to see on what side of those conclusions falling. Are they falling on the self-respect side? Or are they falling on the self-contempt side? What do you all guess this? That most of the conclusions falling on what side? They're falling on the self-contempt side of it. Right? And she keep that up, she's going to get what eventually? Depressed, isn't she? begin to see. What conclusion? We're not going to process it all, but I want you to understand how to do homework. This is what you have to do for yourself. No one can do this for you. So you just gotta get the hang of this. When we're in these sessions, it's like we're dancing together. You know how when we learn how to dance, I can't give you a book on how to do the bop. We got a bop. And you just get in rhythm with me. You see, we're dancing here. You see, I'm not going to draw any footprints and you can move mechanically through the dance. You're going to have to just get in step, get in rhythm, get in more art, but you're going to have to learn to do this thing. What conclusions did she come to about, we looked at some of the self, what about others? What are some of the conclusions that she's coming to about others?
Something about blacks don't stick together.
Right? Okay. Blacks don't stick
trust.
together.
Lack of trust.
Black people don't trust themselves. What other conclusions is she coming to about blacks? Based on this one experience with one black man. What conclusion is she coming to that she's now projecting over, 13 million other people?
You know what? My feelings for certain is that I feel not. I don't feel that all black men feel this way.
Right.
But many black men hate black women.
All right.
Don't like black
That's
women.
one of the conclusions.
Yeah.
That there's a lot of black men, too many black men. She ain't gonna say all because she's intelligent and she knows she can. But it feels like all to the subconscious. Your conscious can get away with that, but subconsciously you feel like all black men. But the point is, for the sake of simplicity here, let us assume that one of the conclusions she's coming to is about black men. And that black men, and in your own words, don't what?
They don't
Like
black
black women.
women.
Again, don't like me. Right? Where do that fall as sister on her side? Is that self-respect or self-contempt? That's going to build her self-contempt, isn't it? Right? So that's going to give her, increase her sense of worthlessness and helplessness, and so forth and so on. What other conclusions is she coming to about black men? Because this is a man in this recollection.
He's
Okay.
scared. He's
He's a punk. He's
have a relationship with her.
afraid to have a relationship. How would you frame this? Because you're the authority in the room.
I feel like he's not coming to me like a man. He's not being sincere. He's not showing his real self. It's like he feels like he has to mask who he is.
He's phony. And
Yeah.
ashamed of being
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
the conclusion
exactly.
will be that black men are behaving like this here, right? And in addition to that, they themselves are ashamed and are incapable and insincere of being authentic black men.
Or like a puppet that
Like a puppet.
yeah, that he will turn on and off or wear a mask in certain situations and take them off when we're in his office together and we can we're like this.
He's phony.
Yeah.
Black men are phony. You see? I mean, the subconscious use very simple language. They don't get. Some are. Right? But you can begin to see, you need to look at the conclusions that you have come to about this thing. And how that conclusion is projected. Okay? Very important that you know that. Again, there's other than that. She's come to certain conclusions about white men, white women, right? You come to that. We all pretty much guess what that conclusion is. But you should tell us again, what conclusion have you come to about the white people?
That they play on division. And that if I would for a minute let them know that there was some friction between this brother and I, they would have a field day. But I'm too smart for that. I'm not going to let them see that. So when there were instances in which we were sitting together around a table, if he would say something that my person was annoyed with, I would ignore it and not let them know that it got to me. And then after the session, I would just talk to him normally. I'm just not going to give him the satisfaction.
All right.
So that, if given the provocation, they would, or they invite division among black men and black women. They want to see that happen, and in some cases will do things to spur it along.
Yeah. So you see white people as being victimizers.
Yes.
All right. It's her conclusion, you see. But those are conclusions that she's come to. What about conclusions about life? And then we're going to take our break. We know that you're going to come to some conclusion about yourself, about others, and about life in general. What conclusion have you come to about life in general as a result of these episodes that you've been having?
Why do black folks get in this mess?
Okay.
Where are we always at one another's throats? Why does the situation always seem so black and white? Maybe I just make it that way.
You might be doing
Because of the stuff in my past. But even when we don't, it seems make it black and white. It's always that undercurrent that we end up the underdog, or that we end up the ones that end up having to internalize this whole pressure.
All right, so if we frame that with the conclusion sounds something like life is unfair and unjust to black women first, in black men.
It kind of seems that way.
But that's your conclusion. We're not interested in veracity, number. We're only interested in your conclusion, because all of this is shaping your attitude. And all these attitudes that are coming out of all these conclusions have taken on the form of an attitude. And it is these attitudes that will predispose you to act a certain way in any situation.
That's part of it, but I kind of, part of me kind of feels that it's not life being unfair. It's just that it's black people. We have created this situation. We have allowed it to come to the head the way it is now, and so.
All right. So the conclusion would be that then black people have just messed up, or black people are themselves responsible for their own misery and suffering.
Partly,
I
can't say I'm in one camp. I guess.
Well, you definitely have come to some kind of conclusion. You just need to articulate it.
Okay.
You've come to a certain conclusion about black people.
I probably have.
Oh, not probably, you have. It's just a question of framing it. And it's a conclusion that is formulated and crystallized into an attitude that you have. After the break, we'll return to this exciting episode and discover what that conclusion is. All right, that's a hard one. Yeah, because you got to go deep. All right, in preparation for that third category, which is anger at oneself. But I've interjected a lot of this additional information, kind of going over some old information, because of all of the categories to manage that we've spoken about. Others, anger at us, anger at others, etc. It is that anger at oneself that requires a certain degree of self-awareness, a certain ability to feel your own self. Most of us can't feel anymore. We become self-alienated. We don't know how we feel because we've been used to being told how to feel, you see. So without that ability to kind of really get in touch with your own inner feelings, it's very difficult to manage the anger that we have with ourselves. So you all will put up with me, and I want to give you a lot of other things to begin to look at. Some of it may not start you immediately as being relevant to the next category, but when we get into it, you're going to hopefully see and appreciate how this all relates. So I want to mention some kind of things about some negative behavior, okay? Talked already about homework and pretty much what that is, and sadhana, and of course, and I think we all agree that we need to do that. But I want you to understand some other things. When we were talking about, remember, category 2, others, anger at us. When other people are angry at us, we're talking about some ways to handle that. But one of the things that you will find that usually that anger that the other person have toward us itself is not managed appropriately. Do you understand? They themselves lack the skills. As was being related earlier, that gentleman might have been angry at you, but he didn't know how to manage his anger at you, right? So you're dealing with the mismanaged. It should read appropriately. It should read others mismanaged anger at you, okay? Because if it was properly managed, then there would be no problem having other people anger. But since that's rarely the case, we almost always encounter the other person's mismanaged anger at us. And so I want to give you a little bit more of that, okay? And takes the form of what can only loosely be called negative behavior, right? That's negative behavior, or what we call mischief. Mischief. Mischief being defined as that which does not need to be done. Totally inappropriate for the reality of the situation. Whenever we act outside of what is appropriate for the reality of the situation, we are guilty of mischief. Negative behavior.
Say that again.
All right. Mischief is doing that which does not need to be done. It occurs whenever we lack the skills that will enable us to behave appropriately for the reality of the situation. Situations call for a certain response that is appropriate.
I.e. being irresponsible.
I.e. being irresponsible. Exactly. And usually mischief arises out of a state of ignorance. And it's negative behavior. And negative not because of its goal, negative because of the strategy that makes up the negative behavior. The goal behind it are goals that we all have. And so I want you to understand a little bit about mischief, misbehavior, and the goals of this negative behavior, because we have them. Okay? We have them too. All right? So I want to talk about that and say a few things about good intention. I'm sure we're not going to get into the full brunt of the anger at ourselves, but that's all right, because I want to make sure when we go into it that you're prepared. Let me start off first by clarifying what I mean. The goal is not what is negative, the negative behavior. That it is the behavior, the strategy itself that is negative. It is the wrong approach toward the right thing. It is interesting. I don't know who must have said it. Must have been Buddha. Buddha says that even the right method in the wrong hands will result in the wrong doing. Even the right method in the wrong hands will result in the wrong doing. So similarly, even the right goal pursued the wrong way will be counterproductive. You see my point? So we all have goals. These are the goals of negative behavior. These are the things that negative behavior is aimed at. You have to remember that all behavior is goal-oriented. First thing you have to understand. All behavior has a purpose and a goal. And it's not just any kind of thrown together haphazard thing. These purposes and goals are part of our life plan and styles. We all have goals and we have plans. And our behavior is aimed toward the fulfilling of those goals and the working out of that plan. Okay? And that results in us each developing a particular style in life. The goals of the negative behavior that constitute what we're calling mischief and misbehavior are the following. One, for power and control. A person may be angry at you, mismanage their anger, but tries to get some relief from that anger, adopt a form of misbehavior, or become guilty of doing mischief. They may have as the issue of their anger power and control over you. When they feel that in order for them to achieve their goal, they have to have power and you have the power, then a power struggle results. You follow me? So one of the goals behind the negative behavior, very often, is that the person is seeking power and control. Now, in children, you can see it clearly, okay? Where the child wants to do a certain thing, and the parent wants the child not to do that thing. very often what ensues thereafter is a power struggle between the parent and the child. The child doing everything they can to break down the parent's power, to interfere with them getting what they want. I want this toy wagon off of the shelf, right? You told me I can't have it. Now, the child has to think of some kind of behavior to break down your resistance. So they may start whining, they may start being bratty, or they may start being extraordinarily sweet to you. Come on, mommy, please, please. I mean, they'll find some way to wear down your resistance to what they want, you see. And it is negative only because it's inappropriate. It doesn't need to be done, you see. There's other ways to go about achieving it. But when we're children, we don't have all this experience and intelligence and knowledge that we feel we have today. So invariably, a lot of children will display a lot of negative behavior. It can be a nightmare for those of us who have gone through it when you don't know how to handle the negative behavior of your children. It can just really cause a lot of damage. We're going to get into it as we go along, but I want to get these things up here first, and then we'll go back over. The second goal and purpose behind the negative behavior that you will encounter among other adults is the goal for revenge. Why? Because revenge, you see, is the normal way we mismanage our anger today. If I get angry at you and I don't know how to manage it appropriately, right, I'm going to manage it inappropriately, and one of the classic forms of the inappropriate management of my anger at you is to seek revenge to hurt you back, right? So revenge very often becomes the goal and motive behind the other person's behavior towards you. How do you know this, you ask? Do you analyze? Do you run to a book and look? No, you don't have time. The way you know and are able to determine the goal and purpose behind the other's negative behavior towards you is that you have to be able to feel it. When a person wishes to take your power and control because it threatens their ability to fulfill a goal, you will feel powerless and out of control. The person will actually make you feel powerless. You'll say, this kid, I can't do nothing with this kid. You know, you will actually feel powerless. So you have to be able to feel in yourself. When a person's goal and purpose behind their negative behavior that is being displayed towards you is driven by the urge for revenge, you will feel hurt. It will hurt you. And that's how you are going to have to learn how to decipher the behavior in order to manage it appropriately, okay? So I admit this is a little, hairy, but it'll be all right. The third purpose and goal behind negative behavior is the goal for attention or to derive some service from it. Because when you think about it, one of the things that triggers a lot of anger in anybody is when we said before, is when you can't get your way. The other thing is that when somebody frustrates your desire, the fulfillment of your desire, it sets up a chain reaction in us. You have desires. We all do. And whenever someone interrupts that desire, frustrates the fulfillment of that desire, it creates a conflict between us and that person, right? And if we mismanage it, it usually results in anger. Okay? That desire can be expressed in the form of expectation. I have certain expectations. You see, classic in the husband-wife situation. It's an interesting one. It's almost a microcosm. That's why you find that in ancient time, marriage was suggested as such a good institution for the training ground for spiritual development because it's like a microcosm. And one of the things you discover when you get into a marriage is that you really don't know how to get along with people. You really don't know. You really don't. And hence a lot of that conflict and misery that we associate with being marriage is the direct result of our entering into the institution totally inadequately prepared to cope and deal with. And one of the things that happen is that in these relationships, the husband and wife project onto each other certain expectations. And whenever those expectations are not fulfilled and met, whenever they are interrupted and interfered with, it almost always results in escalated conflict and the mismanagement of the anger associated with it. Because we have all these expectations. A lot of the expectations are based on the role of husband and wife is defined by society. Society gets given you a model. This is what a husband's supposed to do. This is what a wife's supposed to do, right? And you go into that role playing, right? And all hell breaks loose. Because you got your own interpretation of what the wife is supposed to do. She has her own interpretation of what you are supposed to do. And there's no connection between the two. And it can be hell. We'll say a lot about that as we move further in these sessions because it's really, really important. After all, if one is not able to improve the quality of one's close personal relationship, for what are you taking this workshop? For academic knowledge? Nobody's going to stop you on the street and ask you the 5 categories of anger. The only function of this stuff is to actually improve the quality in your relationships. That's what we're here for. No other purpose. So I want to draw a real situation. I'm interested, how do we improve the experience of bliss and joy within the context of our personal relationship? That's what we're here for. And that's what we want to do. Otherwise, we have not accomplished anything. So the third thing is for attention and service. And whenever a person don't know how to go about the right way of getting attention and service from you, they will go about it the wrong way. For instance, now you're a school teacher, so you see a lot of this negative behavior right in the classroom if you look for it. And one of the classic examples is that if you're in a classroom and you're a teacher, and you always have that little student in there, right? You give an assignment on the board. You do these 10 problems, right? And when you finish it, bring it to me, right? And put it on my desk and sit down and put your head down or whatever. You always have that one person that do problem number 1. And then he'll come to your desk. Miss Smith, is this right? And then they'll twist and turn, right? And you say, yes, baby, that's right. Now go do number 2. And what she do? She go and do number 2, right? And in 2 seconds, she's back again. Is this right? And she turns around to the class to get her recognition, right? And her attention, right? And so forth and so on. Is that right? Now, after about the 3rd or 4th trip up to your desk, you irritated, aren't you? How do you know when a person's goal and purpose behind their behavior is seeking your attention and service, and it's been gone about in an inappropriate way? You start feeling annoyed. And you say, this kid's getting on my damn nerves. You see, you can feel your own anger expressing itself in the form of annoyance. It's negative behavior. The 4th is withdrawal. Withdrawal. Whenever we have feelings of being inadequately prepared to cope with the reality of a situation, we tend to withdraw from those situations. Right? And that is the goal. And how did you know a person is withdrawing for you? Because you feel like giving up on them. They convince you to give up on them. You feel like I've had enough. Now, let's break it down. Power and control. Classic story. Classic story. Because we each feel that in order for us to carry out our private agendas requires a certain amount of power. Obviously. And a certain amount of control, obviously. But if we have not developed the skills to create cooperation, right, then that only leaves us with one other route, competition. And that naturally simply fuels conflict. But it's power and control. And when a person don't know how to appropriately get you to do something with your power that they want and need you to do, they will go about it the wrong way. Say, for instance, I need some money from you, okay? That in order for me to do something. It's got money, you know, and I need to, and he's got all the power to control that money, right? And I need that money. And I don't know how to come and say, well, look, Wade, I need $10,000. Can you? I don't know how to do that. So the negative thing would be I will come some kind of way to him. I will lie, mislead, or whatever to try to trick him out of the money. It's inappropriate, isn't it? Are you following me on this? It's inappropriate. It's very inappropriate. So there's all kinds of ways we will go about trying to wrestle power and control. Or it could be the reverse. Somebody's trying to get the power from you. Right? And they're angry when they fail to get it from you. And then you got to know why they're angry. They're angry because I could not trick him. I'm damn angry at him. You see? I couldn't ask him the right way, nor could I trick him. And I'm angry at you. Now you don't even know why I'm angry at you. Because you never knew that I was up to no trickery. But I'm angry. And if you mismanage my anger, we still got the same problem. So you need to be able to feel where we're going with this thing. So it's all kinds of things. And this is a little different material. Requires a little bit more thought. So you'll have to think about this a little. And I said before that the key thing is that you have to know how to feel in yourself. Because a person that has as their goal and objective the overpowering and controlling of you will make you feel powerless and out of control. Deep down inside. You will feel that power struggle. Again, when I work with teachers, you always find the classic situation that teachers go into that classroom. He or she's got 30 students in there. These kids are bouncing off the walls. The teacher done screamed, done hollered, done threatened, and did everything they can. And finally, the teacher just leaves the room. I mean, she can't control the class. She gives up. That's how the other person's power and control affects us. It makes us feel that we ourselves are out of power and control. You can look at it in relationships. Sometimes let's say in these classic relationships, let's say parent and child. Most of the children are having a sense of being powerless and out of control. They can't control the parent. And so a lot of the conflict in parent-child relationships is about this, power and control. And if you manage it incorrectly, you can do a lot of damage to the child and to yourself. A lot of it has to do with that. So you want to get that. Now, are you following me on this here? Now, don't be shy. If you're not getting it, then let's work with it because it's very important. Unfortunately, these are only 10 workshops, so it's not a lot of time. And I admit some of this stuff requires more time than we are able to give to it within a single session. But is there anything about this hidden goal of power and control?
What about adult parents and children?
Same thing.
Adult children and parents.
Oh yeah, same thing. Because it's just the adult parent and child relationship is just an outgrowth of that which existed when they were in their childhood. It just grows, but it doesn't change. And very often it's again about power and control. Power and control. And that becomes the politics of relationship. When we talk about the politics of relationships, because most relationships start off, and unfortunately, sister, end in politics. It never gets to a point where we talk about any authentic love. Maharaji, my own Guru Sahib, used to always tell us that it takes a minimum of 20 years to work yourself up to a state of love. Minimum. Yeah. And he was speaking in relationship to husband and wives. Because we think, well, I love you, you love me, we went to City Hall and we got married, we love each other. And the mystic said, no, you got at least 20 years before you can say authentically and with any justification that you love somebody. It's very different. I know, very different. It's a very different, it's thought, a very different mindset. But it has been my observation, in my experience, that was itself generous. Probably it's more like 25 these times. That was a statement made in the turn of the century. So we move progressing away. But again, most of these relationships, husband, wife, parent, child, employee, employer, etc., these are relationships based upon politics. In fact, how can you even say you have a relationship? Most often when we say that we have a relationship with another person, that itself is false because there's no self. When you don't know who you are, by definition, you can't be in no authentic relationship. How can you? So if there's an absence of self-knowledge, there can be no authentic relationship because you don't know who you are. How can you therefore be in a relationship with anybody? It's nonsense. Most of this is politics. And politics is rooted in power and control because you got all of these expectations. We all bring these expectations. The husband brings expectations to a relationship. The wife brings a set of expectations to the relationship. In order for them to get these expectations manifest into reality, they need some power. They need some control. And that's where the conflict starts.
No.
Nothing wrong with this, but I mean, we have to learn, and the man said, yes, sister.
You know, with power and control, and you stick up in a relationship, the thing that troubles me most about it is that when you're in a relationship and you feel as though the other is trying to manipulate you
Yes.
and get something from you,
Yes.
you may not be willing to get and wants to go about doing it in covert ways.
Yes.
And you start feeling like,
Unethical, immoral, guilty,
yeah, and you start feeling that, my God, they must think I'm stupid.
stupid. Yes.
That I can't see
Right.
this.
They try to camouflage it.
Yeah.
See, very often we try to camouflage our politics and disguise it in the form of love, but
Yeah.
it doesn't look like love to anyone who's seeing
Right.
the real deal. You can recognize this is politics being camouflaged and passed off as love. But the difference is that politics does not satisfy. One thing. It does not satisfy. And hence, there's no real happiness in the marriage. The number of people who are authentically happy in this relationship is minuscule. You can almost count them on your hand. Very rare. In fact, it has become the breeding ground for the most miserable. Some of the most miserable people you will find on the planet are the ones who are married. Just miserable. In any event, it's the politics. And politics, again, is centered around this need for power and control. And when we don't know how to consciously and deliberately and appropriately elicit the power of another individual to help us, then we will go about it the wrong way. I'm not saying that we don't need their power. Yes, you need their power. And you do need the things that they have control of. And power, of course. What's wrong with that? But when we don't know how to get it appropriately, through an act of seeking their cooperation. You remember I said one of the tasks in life, second task is cooperation? You have to learn how to seek and obtain other people's cooperation in order to gain access to their power. And if we don't know how to do that, we'll go about it the wrong way. And if they don't know how to do it, they'll go about it the wrong way, and that will impact us. And very often, the anger that you are experiencing coming from other people towards you may very often be centered on their inability to seek your cooperation in order to access your power. And that makes you, and angry at you about that. So it gets subtle here. So
it has a lot to do with prescribed roles
yes.
in our society. Women tend to feel a lot more comfortable with men who exert a certain amount of power. And if a man doesn't have that, sometimes a woman will even sometimes think that he's a wimp.
Of course. Again, this is because the cultural model for these roles that we play are themselves inadequate. You see, we have these cultural models, right? And they don't fit into the reality of the situation. So we have to look at that. that the other person's anger is arising from their inability to access your power and control, because you will feel that in yourself. So I'm saying that because all of us are going to be confronted with situations that you talked about. We're going to be in relationships that are strained, and you can't read it on the conscious level because you can't put your finger on it. But you know something is wrong in this relationship, obviously. But you don't know, are they angry at me? Well, usually they are. But about what? You don't know. So you can't read their mind? So read yours. Same line. There's no distinction. You understand? Because inside there's a level of us that is all connected, works the same. So you reference inside yourself and you get your answers there. Yeah, in your center. If you could come back to your center and reference into yourself, you can decipher the thing. Because you can't read their mind, but you can feel their emotion. You can do that. If you get into yourself. That's why I say it's very important that you develop this ability. So power and control, the politics of relationship is very important, and there is some politics of relationship. Does that make the people that practice politics of relationship bad human beings? Not at all. It's not about being bad human beings. It's just that these are the realities. The second motive we said was for revenge. Who can think of an example of how revenge underlies the conflict that exists between two people? How can you feel when somebody's seeking revenge from you, angry at you, and they're on the path of getting some revenge?
You don't trust them. You don't trust them.
Right. Well, of course you don't trust them. How you know that they're angry at you? I mean, how?
They usually say something.
They'll say something.
In a roundabout way sometimes, but they get that point across.
They'll say something, and that something that they say, how will it impact you? How would it make you feel?
Feel bad.
They're right. It'll make you feel bad. It'll hurt you. It'll hurt you. And on the surface, you don't know what I did to make this person hurt me. But you didn't know their secret agendas. Right? And they were not able to go about seeking your cooperation appropriately, so you really don't know. But all you know that they done did something that hurts, and it hurts. It's not pretend hurt, it actually hurts. Right? They've gotten revenge. You see? And you can feel a situation where a person is continually trying to hurt you. The classic example of the War of the Roses, right? Classic. But the two people, all they're trying to do is hurt each other. On a day by day. And they just feel, I'm going to hurt you, I'm going to hurt you. And the other person, I'm going to hurt you. And it does lead to, double homicide. They wind up killing each other. All mischief didn't need to be done. Negative behavior, inappropriate. It wasn't a mature adult way to go about resolving the conflict or seeking the cooperation. But it's you have to see where these things are at. Do you see it in your children? Yeah. You got some children that got some revenge at you? When they hit that adolescence hood, turn 16, they let you know about it. Right? They let you know about it. They got some issues with that. They were angry. They want to hurt you back now. You did this to me when I was 3 years old, and they ain't never forgot it. That's how you get them against these brothers who will blow their parents' brains out to the kids. They've been carrying that anger around with them a long time. So when the goal and purpose behind the negative behavior is revenge, you know it because that behavior hurts you. It hurts you. So you know you got a problem, and now you can start trying to manage it. You can try to figure out what is it that I've done or you think I've done to warrant, or cause you this weakness or what have you. You can begin to explore it. The third we mentioned was for attention and service. Attention and service. That's a big one, as I said before. It's a big one. Attention and service. Why attention? Why attention so much?
People want to feel validated, and a lot of times they can only feel validated if you have service them.
Absolutely right. And we see it very clearly in children, though. Right? Very because we grew up, we don't lose that. Now it's all right when my kid come and said, Baba, look at this thing. I can expect that kind of behavior from my grandson, right? My God, the boy's 3 years old. I can make allowance for that. But now if you are my son, and you 40 years old, and you saying, Baba, look, you know, it's inappropriate. If you are my wife, and you still trying to get my attention the same way you got your mama or daddy attention when you were 3 years old, something is wrong. It means that we have not brought up to date our skills that we develop as children for the pursuit of the fulfillment of these goals. That's what that means. That's the whole point. When I say it's mischief, it is stuff that belongs on the playground of a school somewhere. It is not adult. It doesn't work in the adult world. And since attention is so necessary, we all need attention. You see it classic with the bad boy cycle. If I can't be number one best, I'll be number one worst. But I'm going to be number one some kind of way to get some attention. I need some attention. We all need attention because that's how we experience, as Emma said, a sense of having worth and value. Other people paying attention to us. And we can get that attention positively, or we can go about it negatively. There's nothing wrong with getting the attention. It's not the problem. The problem is the mismanagement of the behaviors that you have adopted in order to get the attention. And the service from other people. Do you need people to do stuff for you? Now this is hard to get other people to do stuff for you when you want to project the image that you don't need nothing to be done for you. Now how that's going to work? You have a dilemma. You need other people to do stuff for you. You're just a human being. You are not omnipotent. You're not on the planet by yourself. You need other human beings. But your ego mythology has been created in such a way that you want to project this absurd position that you are totally self-contained and you don't need nobody. Now this is nonsense. But the point is that your ego got you trapped in that position. Now I'm in a relationship. I need you to do stuff for me. But my ego will not allow me to seek cooperation with you to meet my needs appropriately. I'm in trouble.
Bjagwam, that's a really tough situation when you got a boss who is of that mind.
Yes.
Working for a boss who needs to be strong constantly, wants people to compliment them, do things for them. And if you're someone that doesn't go along with that kind of rope-a-dope and you just sit back and just say, oh, this is my boss, but that's it, then you find that suddenly those things are done, little slights are done toward you because you're not going along with the program.
That's right.
Like, don't you see the program?
That's
don't
right.
you know that you're supposed to compliment me?
That's right.
Don't you know you're supposed to act in this way or that way?
You need a little pride.
Yes.
You see? That's
And when you
mischief.
refuse,
Then you can try some more or get fired.
yeah.
That's the ultimate way.
I've been in job situations like
Yeah.
that.
But the point is a real difficult situation. You see,
What do
it's a
you
real
do?
difficult.
What
Well,
do
the first thing you have to understand, you have to be aware of it. The first thing, the solution is not so much a formula. I've said on many occasions that in this kind of thing we're doing now, there is one single formula for mediating all of these situations, and that is understanding. Period.
So if I understand my boss's needs.
If you understand it, out of that understanding you will handle it. There's no methodology, no tricks, no smoke, no mirrors. Spinoza, the Dutch philosopher, had a beautiful saying. He used to always say, do not cry, do not get angry, simply understand. Spinoza was right. But what do? We cry and we get angry and we never understand. And we're doomed to repeat the crying and the anger cycle over and over again because we're dealing with stuff we do not understand. So understanding this is the panacea for managing all of this. So we have to seek to increase our understanding. And how do we increase our understanding? By studying ourselves. That's the strange thing about it. You would think that I would say, well, read these books, study this. No, I'm saying the more you study yourself, the more understanding you will develop. Because fundamentally, we all are the same. Your mind works like my mind. The contents are different. But the process called thinking is identical. You see? We have different hearts, but we have yet, in some respect, the same heart. It works on the same principle. Your heart is not beating on a different principle than mine. Same principle. You see my point? So this attention and service is very, very important, simply because the fact of the matter is that we are not independent of each other. And we're all going to need to have other people coming to us for service and attention, and they may not know how to go about it in the appropriate way. As a result, they're going to get angry. Going to have to learn how to manage that anger. And of course, vice versa. We will have needs for attention and service, and we don't know how to go about getting it appropriate. You see? And we would therefore be guilty of mischief. When I'm talking about mischief, I want you to see both sides, not just the other's mischief, but I want you to begin to see your mischief. What about your mischief? One of the things we do down at the anger clinic is marriage counseling. And it's the strange thing, because when a couple come in having conflict, the first thing I ask them, which is strange to them, is what behavior did you bring to the relationship that is contributing to the conflict? It throws them off because they think I'm going to attack the other person. No, what behavior do you personally bring to the relationship that is contributing to the conflict? First, get in touch with that. Because now we got a shot at this thing. And the same is said to the wife. Wife, you find out what behavior you have brought to the relationship that is contributing to conflict. Know yourself. You got to get that understanding going. All right? But they want you to find fault. Each one comes in. This is really odd because the husband wants you to find all the faults in the wife, and the wife wants you to find all the faults in the husband. And neither one of them is willing to look at themselves. But only those relationships improve where they are willing to look at themselves, discover the behavior, acknowledge it, edit it, and move on. It's that simple. So this is a real important one. Real important. And this last one, withdrawal. Again, withdrawal is classic. Withdrawal is classic. Whenever we feel inadequate to cope with a situation or circumstance, we will withdraw from that thing. You see? And try to find blame. Now I want to start working from this one here into and getting us ready for the anger at the self, which we're not going to get much done, but we'll be in good shape next week because these are just some missing things that you just need to know a little bit about. Okay. Now, one of the classic things that will trigger the state of withdrawal is what I call good intentions. You have to understand this here. We have good intentions for other people, and other people have good intentions for us. Remember I said that sometimes we come together, we bring in all these expectations and all these roles, but one of the things we definitely bring into the relationship, we bring good intentions for each other. All right? And these good intentions are always well, let me first define what I mean by good intentions before we evaluate it. But what are good intentions? Good intentions are your disguising your own ambitions in the form of a good deed for the other. Good intentions are nothing but the disguising of our own ambitions and motives in the form of what we are passing off as being good for the other, an act that is in the behalf of the other. And it is classic in parent-child, husband-wife, employer-employee, all these kind of close. The closer the relationship, the more likely you're going to find the biggest problem are these good intentions. This is interesting. If my daughter is born, and I decide on the 2 minutes after her birth that she's going to become a medical doctor, an MD. Okay? And I am ready now, prepared to go out in life and work 3 jobs, drive an old beat-up car, never, deprive myself of all of these things because I'm going to send this girl to college so that she can get her MD, right? So that she can make $500,000 a year and won't have to suffer and struggle like I did. On the surface, that sounds good. And I'm going to co-opt her life. I'm going to force her to study and not play. This girl ain't going to never play. Because I ain't going to let her have time to play. Her job will be to sit down here and learn calculus when she's 3 years old, and learn differential when she's 5 years old, and have a working understanding of physiology and anatomy of the body by 7. I'm going to put every restraint on her, every effort into creating a solid foundation so that I know that when she comes out of Harvard, she's going to be summa cum laude. You understand? It's top. And do you think I'm going to let her date? Hell no. I'm not going to let no boy come out here and interfere in my good intention for my daughter. So she ain't going on no dates, you understand? So she's going to go all the way through her adolescenthood, no friends, nothing. I just want you reading, studying, and preparing yourself for this thing. And I'm working, and I'm sacrificing. Now, I am working and sacrificing. You see? I done saved up the $500,000 or $600,000 that we need to get you through Harvard. I done took care of that, right? Daddy done took care of it. The problem is that I never consulted the child. The girl don't even want to be no doctor. Don't even have no soul nowhere in her for being a doctor. The girl is a poet. The girl is a musician somewhere. I have totally discounted her own nature, haven't I? And I have simply co-opted her life, right? And the girl grows up, get down to the Harvard. As soon as she gets enough independence and power, usually after the first semester, she drops out of medical school. I spent all this damn money. I'm angry now. And the girl done ran off, with a band, jazz band somewhere, right? And I done blew $100,000 and done suffered for 23 years, deprived myself of, I could have bought a lot of things with that money, you understand? I could have did a lot of things with my time. And this girl done just went crazy, you see. And I'm angry because I done did all that good for what? And that's just how I started about myself. That I've done all this good for nothing. I'm good for nothing. Subconsciously, I have the feeling I'm good for nothing. But I did all that good, and nothing came out of it. Hence, a good intention is always self-defeating. It is always counterproductive. It always produces the exact opposite effect. The good intentions for your children that you have will produce the exact opposite effect in the child. Because it's not a real intention. It's not rooted in the child's nature. It has nothing to do with who they are. It is your projection. It is your ego trip. It is the passing down of your own egotism onto the child. That's all that is. It is a failure to recognize and respect that child's uniqueness in their own individuality. And we all know, most of us in here, good enough students of ancient African culture and civilization, when we understood that one of the things that you do is that you first discover the nature of that child. Time will be taken away. The mother will go into the hut, out of the community, be relieved of all duties with one assignment only, is to meditate on this baby until you discover who it is, what its nature is. And then you name that nature so that the child will always remember what their nature is every time you call the child name. The name had a meaning. It symbolized the nature of that child. And much work was done into And you can see the difference when these good intentions now replace that natural parent style. And so now we simply co-opt the child's life. And the results are always, with no exception, counterproductive. And ultimately, it can even be self-destructive. In the sense that now this child, this girl, the sweet girl who was born to be a poet, the girl's a poet, you understand? She ain't no hard-nosed businessman or businesswoman. She's a poet. But she has been killed by me. And she grows up, and yes, to make me happy, she gets the summa cum laude degree. And she gets to get the big practice. And the moment I die, and I will die, she'll probably be in her middle life. And the crisis hits. Understand? And she will cease being a doctor quick. Or if she can't make it to the time I die and get liberated from my tyranny, then she just kills herself. Do you know how many of these poor children practicing medicine a day is shooting dope? They don't want to be no doctor. They hate it. And they just drink alcohol and they shoot dope just to make it through going to the hospital and making $500,000 a year. I see them. They come to the clinic. They're illegal. Because it ain't their life. So they have destroyed themselves to become self-destructive. That's good intention that we have for our children. What are some good intention you got for your husband? What are some good intention you got for your wife? Have you thought about this? What are the good intentions you have for your children? Think about that. You get a lot of insight. You get a lot of insight. So these are good intentions then. And they always result in a feeling of being good for nothing. And I done did all this good for this girl. For nothing. And when I'm feeling good for nothing, what is that called? Self-contempt. Classic. Classic. So we have to become aware of these good intentions and the role that they play. Now, when I'm having this feeling of being good for nothing, I had that feeling because what my daughter did, what? She dropped out, didn't she? My daughter withdrew, right? She showed behavior goal, number 4 goal behavior, didn't she? Remember I said withdrawal? She felt inadequately prepared. She was not ready to cope with the so-called reality of her becoming an MD, right? It may not even been an academic inadequacy. I didn't say that inadequacy limits itself to just academics there. It includes the whole totality of the individual. The inadequacy could be felt in any dimension of their being. But spiritually and perhaps psychologically and emotionally, she was totally inadequately prepared to cope with being adopted. And she withdrew, right? Now I'm in relationship with her, right? And when she withdraw, I immediately experienced this good for nothing, right? And the girl is withdrawn. It's negative behavior. It's negative behavior from my perspective, of course. But I want you to see how much of the negative behavior that is going on around is going on because of your good intentions. So you have to look. What are some of the classic good intentions we bring into these relationships? We might as well look at it, y'all. We have to look at this thing. Because it's only by knowing these things. Now, I'll tell you an interesting thing when we come down to the male-female thing. I would tell you quite unequivocally that for a successful male-female relationship, 80% of the responsibility for that successful union lies with the male. Interesting. 80% from the male side. How many men know that? They've been thinking it's the other way around. They've been thinking that the onus is on the woman. No. The onus is on the man. It's a whole entirely different philosophy. Can you understand how Western mind reacts to that? But that's a fact. And as we go through those sessions on male-female issues that relate to their conflict, I'm going to try to demonstrate that for you.
Is that because, like what Rashid said, women are receptive and the man
Totally receptive. It has a lot to do with
man's
the
nature
energy.
is to give and the woman's nature is to receive?
Very much in that. It has a lot to do with just the nature of the yin-yang energies that constitute the vehicles that we're calling male-female. So we'll go into that, we'll begin to see.
That's
But I
why
want...
black women are mad. That's why black women are angry.
A lot of them
Too
are.
much has been put on them and it doesn't belong.
Doesn't belong, nor are they capable of it. And so they feel they're powerless,
That's right.
first of all, right? And out of control, right? Which produces frustration, right? Because they're trying to use the feminine energy to do that which fundamentally the feminine energy cannot do by definition. So the only way for you to succeed at being a woman is to become a man. Don't this seem strange? Are you willing to trade your femininity for masculinity? But you keep the same body in social states. Are you willing to do that? We're talking about transforming yourself into a male. The agenda of most black women requires them to become men. And I've unfortunately met too many black women who are more man than a lot of men I know. And that is an ugly phenomenon. It is an ugly phenomenon. Feminine women now today are even masculinizing themselves. This is insane. It's just like a man effeminating himself. If I dress like a man, but then I want to adopt all of the physical mannerism of a woman, what is that? I want to walk like a woman, swish like a woman. What is that? What kind of nonsense is that? But you want to be a woman, but you want to have all the mannerism of a man. I'm saying it is nuts. You are a victim of this cultural madness. And it has only happened in those cultures where these Europeans and out of their whole patriarchal orientation has imposed that. And Western culture, your femininity is destroyed. In Western culture, most women have lost that thing that really makes a woman a woman. And it's not their fault. They are victims. You've been destroyed. Who designed your clothes? Right. Who set the standard on whether you're beautiful or not?
White people.
White people, to be more accurate, white males, right? So we ain't even talking about black men no more, right? We can set all them brothers aside, right? But the point is that whether it's black male or white male, the point is that it is male. So you are moving toward adopting a femininity that is really defined by men and based on male sentiments, right? I want you in pants. I will make it all right for you to be in pants. It has nothing to do with you. I want to masculinize you. So you got more women around here that looks like little boys. In fact, it's becoming a fad. Put on your suit, tie, if you think. You got that whole man look, but you're a woman inside. That's what the hermaphrodite tendency. European people were very much into that. You have to know a lot about these kind of cultural, historical facts about the evolution of these people. But the point I'm making is that these good intentions are things that we all bring into relationships. And we need to know what those good intentions that we have. So the homework for next time, and we will not go into anger next time. We'll process this homework, but I want you to do some homework. Again, you got to do some homework. If you're not going to do homework, what is the point? The homework is, I want you to, first of all, as always, the standing homework is whenever a situation or circumstance arises, just in the normal flow of things, I want you to try to consciously catch yourself before that conditioning kicks in and handle it a little differently. So I just want you to struggle a little bit to liberate yourself from your conditioning and your automatic responses, particularly as it relates to anger, because that's the formal subject matter here. So the next time you get angry or feel yourself getting angry, I want you to try to handle it a little differently. I want you to handle the anger of the other person a little differently. The next time somebody gets angry at you, or you feel they're angry at you, whether they've expressed it or have not expressed it, but your vibration picks it up, I want you to actually try to handle that. You know, because they may be mismanaging their anger at you. So they're not going to come up and say, well, Linda, I'm angry at you. Do you have 5 to 10 minutes for me to sit down and discuss? They ain't going to do it. But you know, right? Intuitively, your gut, you know, this person is angry. Now I want you to manage that. You see? Do the homework. And the second part of the homework, especially if you journalize, and I hope that you all caught my drift from last discussion and started some serious thought about journalizing. I want you to look at what good intentions you have brought into your relationships, your personal, close ones. You call the shot. You decide which relationship you want to examine for your good intentions. If you don't want to examine your employer or employee relationship for good intentions from your side, then don't. Okay? But you choose the relationship, and choose those relationships that will contribute the most to your experience of peace. So if it's a husband, wife, lover, a beloved, child, parent, I don't care. But the relationship that you feel can contribute the most to your own enhancement of peace, joy, and happiness, I want you to examine them for the good intentions that you have brought into that relationship. I want you to examine it for it. And finally, and I'm giving you a lot of work because, quite frankly, I think you're capable of it. I want you to look and start discovering the good intention other people got for you. Because don't you know that they got good intentions for you? Right? I want you to begin to see how they have disguised their own ambitions and own motives in acts that are for your own well-being. They're selling it to you. It's being good for you. So since the last 2 exercises are reflective, okay, so you can sit in your armchair. All right. This is going to be session 4.